All right. Hello, hello. How's it going, everyone? Hey, Colin. How's Let's see. Is everything set up here? I think everything's set up here. All right. I think I will just kick it off here with been working on this Blender plugin since about Tuesday. Hey, Cosette, how's it going? Good morning, or whatever time zone you're in. Maybe I can move this a little bit closer. Yeah, great. I've been working on this Blender plugin. Blender has proven to be not the easiest to work with at the moment. So let's go for the TLDR, the overview. We've got, see if I run the example here, it should work. So we've got the event ordering example here. It doesn't render anything. It's not supposed to render anything. But what this does have, if my tool will work. So I've got a new shell script here. Oh, it already exists. Okay. So I've got a new shell script here. The Bevy remote protocol is enabled on this game. And you can basically hit it to write out this file. That is all of the type information for all of the components for everything that exists in the Bevy type registry. Hey, Pelion, how's it going? So I think I named this one, I think this one's power level. Yeah. So we've got this component defined in that example called power level. It's the event ordering example here. So if I go into event ordering.gltf, there's some extras here that we'll get into in a second. But basically this is basically, this is a character here. There's a struct. This is a component. It takes a name on that component. We've derived a number of things for that struct. We've reflected that data, especially the component data. Hey, Justice, how's it going? So this reflected component data, because we've registered this type, gets stored in like Bevy's type registry effectively. And then we've got this plugin. This plugin more or less adds some BRP stuff. So Bevy remote protocol. This is an HTTP server that lives inside of your Bevy app if you want to enable it. That lets you like interact with the running Bevy app, create entities, query components, do things like that from like some random JSON client. So this will go through anything we spawn, take that extras data and insert it onto the relevant entities. And the GLTF file here has the extras defined in a way that can just be reflected straight into Bevy. This all comes from Blender at some point. So I don't think the ordering of those events is actually very useful to talk about, but this is a generic kind of like, because this component is defined inside of the GLTF extras, which were exported from Blender at some point, this entity, which is just an empty, it's like axes in Blender, gets this component. So it's got the character component on it with some name, which is all well and good. So all of the Rust side, Bevy side things are working, right? We can get the registry data, write it out to a file from a running game, arbitrary running game. We can get that information into Blender. And then on the other end, once we've written this stuff out to the GLTF file, we can pull it in and actually use it inside of our game. And this is really nice. But we still need the Blender side of things. And the Blender side of things gets a little bit more awkward. See if we can make this big enough to see. Okay. So I just dumped all of the code for the extension that I've been writing in here, and I can just run it. I will have to fix an error here because I was playing with some stuff. Pointer property, components. Okay. So that works. Basically all I've done is I've run this, and the coda here isn't super important. There's some classes, they do some things. Blender has operators and panels. Panels draw interfaces, operators are actions, and then we have to register a bunch of stuff. Hey, first time here, it would be great if you give a little start on how to start following you well here. Any projects or courses, playlist, your Rust and Blender beginner. Today's just a live stream, so we're just hanging out. So if you have questions, feel free to ask them. That's kind of what the stream is for. Otherwise, there's some videos on the channel for different things. I have a video on integrating Blender and Bevy on like a more straightforward level. So not using reflection, not using any fancy stuff, not using a Blender plugin or anything, just GLTFs. And then some other stuff floating around the channel too. I also do like a weekly Bevy and Blender, or a Bevy like roundup. So might be interesting to watch those too. So we run this plugin, right, or this extension that we've built, and that creates, or should have created, if I'm doing this correctly, in the objects panel, this. And this is all fine and well and good and everything. And we can see here that there's no custom properties currently. So assuming that I have not messed this up, this should be a development operator where if I click this, oh, you know what? I might have commented that out just now. Let me, components, selected components. Did I get rid of that? That's not great. Oh, right. Okay. So for this to work, I actually have to fetch the registry. So there's a custom operator that we've added called fetch Bevy type registry, which you can see right here. It pops up right at the top. This is just like the regular Blender search. So I'm going to run that. And it says failed to find backslash. Is it writing a file? I think it's writing a file. Oh, right. The game isn't running. Right now I have it set up so that it has to hit BRP every time. It's not actually caching that. So run this. Perfect. Minus the fact that it doesn't have that components field. Components field is something else I was working on. So I'll just comment that out for the moment. It does become hard to like, everything is right weighted, unfortunately, in Blender. So like, if you don't have the interface at the appropriate size, you can't find the run button, which is really annoying. Okay, so if we do that, then we get these extra things. Some more menus pop up here in the bottom right. And this is a full list of all of the components in that Bevy app. So like a transform or something. This development button, I'll explain the Blenby connection in a second. This development button is doing a hard-coded insert. So when I insert this, you see this Skeen custom property is now here. If we click edit, and then we can see the actual data that gets serialized into this. So we're serializing this into custom properties that you can actually just go look at. And then that's it. You export this as a GLTF. And you get something that looks like this. So you get that skiing custom property in extras. And then that is just the reflected component data. Now, the things left to do are to like build that UI inside of Blender. The UI building has been some of the finickiest like code that I've worked with in a while. So yeah, am I still using Blenvy? Not on this project. I'm not using Blenvy on this project because yeah, Blenvy's in a bit of a hiatus. The maintainer has some life stuff going on. They're intending to come back, so I anticipate that they'll come back and it will get a 0.16 official release version. But Blenvy was always in like an alpha state. So doing this partially as a learning project and partially because I want something that is a little bit smaller, a little bit more, how do I say this? I guess less full featured. Like Blenvy does a bunch of things like blueprints. Blenvy does a bunch of things in the way that it loads GLTF and things like that. It writes a custom GLTF importer and things like that. This project does not. This project is maybe 600 total lines of code right now, which is really nice. And like half of those lines are actually tests. Actually, more than half of those lines are tests. So the Rust section of the plugin or this code and whatever is about 200 lines total and requires one observer on your scene spawns. And then it uses that reflection data to insert a bunch of stuff. And it's only 200 lines because I'm doing like ridiculous amounts of error handling because that's one of the things that people can really get stuck on, right? Nobody's going to know how this works. So when something goes wrong, especially with the serialization or anything like that, I want to be able to say, hey, just run this with trace. You'll get a bunch more information. You'll understand what's going on and like show me what's happening. And then it'll be easier to debug stuff. So I've put a high premium on the ability to maintain this code and the reducing the amount of code there is in general. So I think if I didn't have my vertical kind of like formatter, this would be lower. Like these lines are all error handling. This is all error handling. Like this is just a assert JSON from string call, etc. And then I've got a bunch of tests to make sure that when we update Bevy, that we know if the reflection stuff has changed. Because if the reflection stuff changes in Bevy, then we have like base assumptions that are violated. Because it's really tough to come up with like integration tests for this at the moment. I'm hoping to write some, but yeah, we'll see. I'll have to write the operators in a certain way and stuff. So yeah, that's the idea. Basically, very slim version of Blenvy. Partially for my own learning purposes, partially because I want something for the project that I'm working on for Bevy 0.15, which is this project, which should still just run. So in this, there's not a lot going on in the first level, but in the second level, if we start to look at all of this stuff, all of these start to have I feel like I removed one of the components from this. All of these start to have different components for the way all of these behave for all the rotating platforms and stuff. And like dealing with it is getting very hectic. So if we look at the Blender types in here, this is the game, and this is taking everything from those GLTF extras and doing it like manually. which means that we end up with like this one giant struct with a ton of options, right? Um, this is effectively doing the same thing, but it's not using any of the reflection infrastructure that Bevy like supports and provides. So we end up with all of these like custom component serialization kind of integration points. Yeah. So it's a little bit awkward in that sense. And the more this grows, the harder it is to work with. So I could write this differently as well. This could have been a bunch of different components. But every time that I introduce a new component, I add a new field to this, or I add a new thing, whatever. And it's starting to get overwhelming, I guess. And I really don't like the idea that I have this like giant struct of stuff. So I decided to try to put some effort into the UI and whatnot. Thanks for the info. Bevy is a very cool project, but it's always been a bit opaque, and it's a bit dangerous to rely on something I don't really understand. Yeah. One of the things that I picked up from the days in which I worked in like JavaScript ecosystem stuff is I don't really take on dependencies unless I'm willing to maintain them myself. Because that's just how open source works in general, right? Like there will be a project. Most projects, some ridiculously high percentage of them are maintained by a single person at the core. Like there might be a bunch of contributors and whatnot. But most people are drive-by contributors. Most people like, hey, I need to fix this thing for my own project. Now it's fixed. Now I'm gone. So it starts to become really tough to like guarantee that any project is going to live for a significant amount of time. So picking crates that you feel like you could maintain is pretty important. And then there's Shikasa going full no dependencies, like Edna mode. Edna mode is from that superhero movie, right? The one with the one that makes the costumes. Yeah, so basically we're at a point where like this menu technically works, right? And I could say, oh, I'm gonna scroll through this, even if it's sorted. I haven't described how many components are in your average like Bevy application. But let's see if I can get that quickly. Yeah, so this is every type in the type registry for the example application that had one custom component. So there's 571 types in the registry. Now that number does come down a little bit because not everything is a component. But it's still somewhere around like 300, you know, it's not a small number. So while we can get this to show up and like I could select background color here or whatever, it's really tough to navigate this and we really need a search box. Talking about no dependencies, you just did a plus 1900 minus 1800 commit to your Lua interpreter. Hey, that's plus 100 lines. Just a small addition. That's a lot of code. It's a lot of code to sit in a PR. I see like PC Walton does some of those PRs when they're refactoring rendering stuff. It's a lot. It's hard to review PRs like that. Okay, so there Command P is run script? Is that true? Control P? Control P? What is that? Option P? No. There we go. Okay. Option P runs that. So now I can make this a little bit bigger again. Also, I don't unregister that from the menu. I don't know if I can unregister that from the menu. I unregister the class. So the problem with this is basically that doing Blender coding is really, I don't want to shit on Blender too much. Let me show you what I mean instead of like trying to describe it, because I'm still kind of in the, I'm finding this hard in terms of documentation. But like, for example, there's this thing called prop search that I've been trying to use. And this is all of the documentation for prop search. Which is like not useful. It's supposed to take an any type and a property and search data and search property and then a bunch of this other stuff that I think is all optional. And they take like any types, but not none. And typically not the data type I've tried to pass in either. So yeah, prop search I think is what I want. There's also UI list. I think I have a UI list set up in here. I don't remember if I left it. No, it doesn't look like it. See if I can find one quickly. Like this would be cool, right? Or like this interface right here. This is prop search, I think. This is copy data path button, full path through. But it would be nice to like be able to search in here, like, right? Because if you can type in here, then you can pick something. And we really need something a little bit more like that, because like the enum interface is fine for actual enums. It is not good for searching 300 plus. Your brother asked you to make an open source app that generates a map on a planet. Do I think Bevy is a good choice? I don't know a lot about generating maps on planets. I've seen a bunch of people doing planet-based stuff, both terrain generation and also like mapping textures onto planets and doing like triplanar mapping and stuff. I think whether it's a good choice or not really depends on you. Do you know like what you will need to do to make that happen? Or do you need something that is fairly plug and play? Okay, so in this Blender plugin, right? Maybe if I start talking through it and then Xavier hears me at some point. We've got a property group here. This has the Bevy registry that we get from BRP, a pre-prepared list of components. So we do a filter down for anything that is a component and store that in to this array. And then, or it's not an array, I guess, it's a list in Python, or a collection property, I guess. And then we've got this selected component. Now, one of the problems with all of this stuff is that setting it up is not straightforward. So this is I guess we should like do this a little bit. Let's cut this code down so I stop repeating it all over the place. Global property group. Not going to log that out. So we register the property group. We set the type of the global data. I guess, so Blender doesn't have global data. Blender doesn't have data that can be at the root of a blend file or like just in a blend file like that. They expect you to attach everything to some kind of object. That object is often the scene, or it can be like an object with a mesh on it or a material or something like that. But there's no really great way to store data that is like blend file global. And the way that everybody seems to be doing it is to stick everything on the window. And this is okay in a sense, but it doesn't actually solve the problem if you have multiple windows open. So you can imagine if you put something on a window and you have two windows, then one of the windows doesn't have it. If you put things on a scene, I'm expecting you to have multiple scenes in the project, so we can't put that data on a scene. We obviously don't want to put it any lower than that. We don't want to put it on like an object or something like that, because this is like the global registry data and stuff. My impression of prop search is that it requires a pointer property. But again, if I start looking at the documentation and I look for pointer property, I get some results, right? But if I go to the pointer property stuff, there's like nothing here. So like, how am I supposed to set this up? Hey, Nas, how's it going? So like, cool. It's a thing. Yeah, it's a class. It has functions. I get that. But like, there are ways in which you're supposed to use this, and it doesn't describe, like it doesn't tell you how to use it. Like this isn't any type, right? So it's not actually like any type. I think it's any struct as far as I can tell. And pointer property has a base class of bpystruct, but then like collection property, I don't think does, or I guess it does, but I've tried to use this and it didn't work. So like big questions around how any of this is supposed to work in the first place. So TLDR right now, what we're doing is we're registering the property group, setting up some of that window data. This is some like test stuff that I'm trying to do to figure out how to use that prop search. So maybe I label that. Test prop search compatible data. And then we've got a number of options. One of them is fetch Bevy type registry. Another one is insert Bevy component. This is a development operator. Both of these are operators. This is a panel. So this panel is in the objects section. That is this. This is a panel. Blender is constantly redrawing this panel, so you can't actually store any data in the panel. because it's getting like reinitialized all the time. And then we add that fetch Bevy type registry operator to a menu, basically the top bar menu. All of the top bars and stuff, I have the plugin to tell me which of these menus is which. So this is top bar MT edit, et cetera, et cetera. And then you have to unregister stuff too. So if you register something, you want to unregister it. I don't know how to remove an option from the function, from the menu. So shrug, that's not going to happen. And then we've just got our main function. So fetch Bevy type registry, really, really, really simple in the sense that we're basically just using the requests Python library to make a request to a hard-coded version that we should set in the add-on extension properties at some point. We're making the request to basically, if you have a running Bevy app on this port, or rather BRP is running on that port, then we get the registry. That comes back as JSON. Hey, Ryan, how's it going? If there's an error in that response, we both print out the error and report an error. This kind of thing is really important for showing stuff that's going wrong to the user. So I've spent time on things like this. Then I am writing, every time we fetch that registry, I write it out to this file right now. I'm hoping to use that file as kind of like a caching point so that whenever we want to open a new window or whatever, we can read from this file. But again, there's like very few ways to store data. So like, yeah, anyway. We store that result data as a JSON string in the registry. We try to build up a component list from any of those reflection items that has a component type in its reflect types. So all the things that we're seeing in here have all been pre-filtered for anything that implements component. There shouldn't be anything in here that doesn't implement component. Obviously, some of these things are going to be like hard or impossible to select from Blender, but I'm not doing any effort into like filtering those out for any reason. I think if you're working with this at this point, you kind of have to know that setting up a material mesh 3D or whatever is going to be tough, right? This is the extended material, standard material, forward decal material extension. You're probably not going to write one of those. But we'll see. Maybe that'll work at some point. And then we're just adding those to the like tuple of data that is the enums. So that's component list. And then component list is being set in this other property on the window manager. So this doesn't exist until you've run the fetch Bevy registry operator. And that gives us this component list so we can deal directly with the data. If we wanted to, every time this updated, we could run a function here. But this is like a really bad interface for this. I was considering just moving forward with this for the moment, but this is like really, really, really bad. Especially because like, can you see how the scrolling doesn't really work? Like it's resetting, which is really awful. And you can't really use any like shortcuts or anything. So that has to be a prop search. We have to figure out how to do a prop search here. But if you see this, active object is cube, active object is camera, like whatever we click on in the scene, we are associating with that. And we can actually set any of the component data that we want to. So that's all working. And then this insert Bevy component is how that insertion works. It's hard coded at the moment. So This is just setting up like Python dicts basically, or whatever data we need to be here. And this gets all serialized out as JSON effectively. So in this case, we go down into the objects like Skeen namespace. So I've put everything into one namespace. I think this is something that I learned from the way Blenvy works. Blenvy kind of dumps everything into the global namespace or whatever. And it can cause some issues with some other plugins because all of your processing then needs to like work or not work for any arbitrary Blender extension that could be putting data in here. So I decided to namespace it. We get basically the full type path, and then the data is the value. So as long as we can construct this, which again comes from like a recursive iteration over this reflection data. Did I just mess that up? I think I just moved. Yeah. So we will have to write something that goes down through these properties, but then like property is name. Okay, name is going to be some value. We'll throw up some UI for that, et cetera, et cetera. So that'll be not tough to write per se, but it'll be kind of like edge casey for sure. And then our panel, we've got our layout, we've got like the current object that we're looking at, and then we just do this like layout row and stuff like that a bunch of times. If we have that Skeen object, then we are printing out all of the keys that are in there. So somewhere in here, we should see this here. So here's our panel. This is the log for the key that's in the Skeen object. This is where we would put like the UI for any currently active components or components that you have inserted into that. And then we have, if there's a registry, load the registry data. This is like somewhere around here, I want to do prop search, but prop search is not currently working. So actually, can I just take all of this in and trace back components, pointer property could not register. And then this is the type error that I see like all the time. I see this for so many different things. I see this for when I'm setting things up. I see this when I'm using things. And property deferred is like some kind of private type that I can't find anywhere. So pointer property expected an RNA type failed with the type property deferred means something. I can't tell you what it means, unfortunately, because I don't know. The nice part is it does give us the line number. So here is 177. So it's this for sure. But why is it this? Right? And to that, I have no answer. So maybe there's like so it's like collection property, right? And there's property. These are all the subclasses of property. So we've got bool, enum, float, pointer, string, collection. Oh, break it. Yeah. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. I feel like the other thing is that you'll see bpy.types here and bpy.props here. And Those can have the same names on them, but they mean different things. Like one is the type and one is the function to call. So there's a bunch of stuff like that around too. But they don't mention that anywhere either. So 177 still. So I think it's erroring on the assignment. It's not even erroring on anything else. I think I do need this to be a pointer property. Because I think the prop search only works with pointer properties. Because if I take this stuff and I get rid of it, I make sure that I'm not writing to that at the moment or using it, then we should have context window manager selected component and context window manager scheme components. I think those are still both set, right? This is maybe not set. Maybe I've changed this since I started. No, it's set right there. So we set that as the enum property. I don't think the enum property works for this. So it'd have to be context window manager like scheme.components or something. And then this selected component is there. So property not found, scheme.components. The property group should have components. It does. Or rather should anyway. And then this is getting set to empty, so it should all be there. And this is just saying property not found. Doesn't give us a line number, so just not found, I guess. So there's a way in which, like, if you're not running logs at the beginning of all these functions, you have no idea where this is executing. So just getting some logs in here because we're in the kind of situation where we kind of just need to know when things are happening. Need to know when different errors are actually occurring. And the only way that I can figure out to reliably do that is to have all of these logs. This is not execute, this is draw. Why did that go up? Oh, because I selected the N too. So with all of that in, and we run this, we should get register, register end, drawing the panel. The panel has event ordering. Should probably add some like left-hand white space here. Registry, no data in registry, property not found. So this is in drawing of the scheme panel. Can I do a little bit more to like differentiate that? Okay, so we're in here. Somewhere in here, we're looking for components. That is clearly only in the prop search. So RNA UI item pointer R, property not found, window manager, skiing components, which it should because it's right here. Right? And if I do print components, we get an empty array. Yeah, there's two of them. That is correct. The skiing.components is where I want it. So we've got this property group, and components is a collection property in that property group. This is what I would like to use. And then we've got skiing components, which is dynamically inserted when we fetch the registry. So skiing components doesn't exist unless we fetch the registry. But that is driving the enum property at the moment. So that is driving this. So all of that works, and I want to keep it working while I work on this other thing. So I'm not touching the top level skiing components property. But I might have to rename that if it's super confusing, which it kind of is, honestly. But yes, so we should be looking for this, I think. But like, it's not finding it for some reason. And I don't know how to figure that out. So error with argument 3, search data, expected any type, not RNA meta property group. And the problem here for me is that when we go, okay, well, what is an RNA meta property group? We get nothing. RNA meta property group doesn't exist. So, I don't know. Like maybe we start looking at source code for stuff like that. But like, sick. So RNA meta property group is at one place in the code base on GitHub, and it doesn't do anything. So it's a private label class, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, so like the error messages are like just horrendously not useful. It's like, yes, obviously there is something wrong here. but what is actually wrong is really hard to figure out. So in this case, it's the search data, argument 3. I think the arguments are... I don't know if the arguments are 0 or 1 indexed. I think they're 1 indexed. I think 3 is this. So passing in the property group is apparently the wrong thing to do. And if we look for prop search, again, prop search, data property, search data. So search data here, search data also in the error message. So I think 1 indexed argument indexes is correct. Needs to be in any type. Data from which to take collection to search in. And apparently a collection is not an appropriate type for this. Or rather, I've tried doing pretty much everything here. Components. I don't think I've tried this specifically yet. Okay, yeah. Search data expected any type, not list. Okay, so I can't pass the list in. I can't pass the property group in. I can pass the window manager in. But if I pass the window manager in and try to access that list, then that also doesn't work. Because the property isn't found. So I don't know what to put here. I've seen people using pointer properties, but there isn't really any documentation on using pointer properties either. So that's one of the reasons that I was trying to use like root fields, because there seems to be something a little bit funky about reaching into a property group here. So like if I do, let's say, let's name this skiing components prop search. Yeah, and I don't think that you're necessarily wrong about not being able to use dots in that string. But again, undocumented, like there's nothing to tell me here what I'm supposed to be putting in here. It's just a string. Right. It's a string, never none. So presumably empty string is valid. And it says identifier of search collection property. So is that the property inside of the object of the collection that they want to select to search on? Do you have access to the source for prop search? You can have it if you want to. I did push it up. Or not the source for prop search specifically, but the source that I'm writing. You mean the source for prop search in here? In Blender? There's some usages of it. That seems useful. Prop string, search, yada yada. I assume this is used all over the place, so we might have to go to like the UI layout directory to find the actual definition. So space, view layer. I'm not seeing like layout or anything like that in this directory. Let's take a look at this example. Line art make line type entry uses line type layer search from layers with an icon. Love that. No idea where this is used. Not used anywhere apparently. So that's cool. I really appreciate Rust having a type system right now. Oh, has component versus is component finally got its that is such an I don't know how to frame it. Like you have to make a decision, I guess, right? But I think they're both awkward for different reasons. X for controversial. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't know if you're just saying that, like, labeling the conversation X for controversial. Which I think it is, actually. But I also don't think that there's an answer. Which is really interesting. I've been playing with the relationship stuff. Actually, I have a thing that I can pull up that is relevant to this conversation without getting into like what I think is like right or wrong or whatever. I do have just like an example of something that I was building. Holding and being held for player and box. Oh yeah. But I have a different example as well. I have an example literally for relations. So this has like 3 relations in it. Hey Coded Studio, how's it going? Hold it and being held is awkward, I think. The way that I've been trying to frame it, because I think I was trying to follow the original relationships PR, is using the entity as part of the name. So here, which I know is what you're trying to do as well there, right? So targeting and targeted by, and holding and held by would be the other one, right? Not being held, but held by entity. Holding entity. Right. But it's not clear which of those is the collection and which of those is the, I guess, held by, right? I mean, it could be either one. I think that's really the tough part of it, right? Like can you target multiple or can you not? You don't know by reading the name, right? Targeting targeted by. This example is 1-to-1. You're holding and being held. Oh, it's for a 1-to-1 relationship, you mean? So holding and being held. I don't know. From working with the relationship stuff, really all I've discovered repeatedly again for the, you know, nth year of my career is that naming is tough. Naming is really tough. Unless you will allow tug of war between 2 entities trying to hold the same box. Well, that's the thing too, right? Like if you're going to name something and you're going to name something based on its relationship, if that relationship changes, you need to change the name. So Yeah, I mean, if you've got holding and being held, I think I want held by. I think held by makes the most sense, especially if it's one-to-one anyway. Like holding this entity, held by this entity. But again, like that's the parent versus child of thing too. Like I didn't have an issue with parent entity, right? And that's holding, right? So what's hold of in that situation? But then we immediately, I feel like we immediately broke that with children, right? Children is like, I don't want to say like semantically correct, but I like children is something that people understand. Like it's a vec of children, right? It's the children, but it's the same thing for parent. And then what do you do? And it's like, it's just not going to satisfy everybody. I don't think there's a landing point. That is like, I got into some of this here, right? So I have three relationships here. I've got targeting and targeted by, right? Pretty straightforward. If a little bit ambiguous as to like how many things can be targeted, right? Oh, I forgot I did the I changed the camera for this. Hang on, let me move the camera. Yes. The prefix matching is tough. I agree with that. Right? The first 5 letters matching is tough. And there's no real like you can't get around that. So here's targeting and targeted by, right? And you've got this gizmo like showing the relationship. And a ballista can target one UFO, but a UFO can be targeted by multiple ballistas. That's targeting targeted by. Mostly makes sense, but from the naming convention, you don't really infer anything about the behavior. Right? Like targeting, you could target multiple. And targeted by could also be multiple. So like it could be many to many. Rotation is one. Yeah, that's why the camera was in the top down. I was trying to fix it. The rotation of the ballistas, I think, is I'm gonna have to take that into Blender and just fix the rotation for the ballista. I think the ballista isn't on axis. I think it's 45-degree angle. And then we've got linked to and linked entities, right? So this is a little bit weird as well, because like it's an exceedingly generic concept to start with, and then you've got the relationship, which is also generic. So like the idea for this relationship specifically is that you have meshes that are children of a root container entity, right? And that root container entity is really like what you want to get picked, right? Like you want that event to bubble up and like hit the root entity or whatever. And like maybe some meshes should do that and some shouldn't and whatever. And maybe you can use like picking isn't necessarily something that you have a ton of control over, because those are very very much like owned by Bevy events. So if you have a bunch of meshes somewhere in a scene and you want some of them to trigger the click, then you can put picking on them. You can have this relationship back to the root, follow that relationship up to the root, and then go somewhere else from there. So this is for all of those meshes that you can click on and to find the root entity to start with, right? And then it gets even worse because there's a bunch of entities that you want to be able to make visible when hovering, right? So like this stuff that's wrapping around the ballistas, or this stuff that's like the target on the UFOs, those are just additional meshes, right? So like you need a way to like not just target one of those, but target a bunch of those. And if it's a GLTF scene, maybe you throw a bunch of like components on that. Maybe you iterate over all children to do that. The way that I've chosen to do it here, because I was trying to experiment with relationships, is when that scene is spawned in, I basically just add them all to this like relationship, which gives you very direct access, right? You don't have to iter descendants. You can just iter the relationship, which is nice. Like the effect of it is nice, but what do you name these? And I've come up with these like really ridiculous names, like make visible when hovering and make these visible on hover. I don't know. Like naming these is just tough. Especially like the more potentially generic these relationships get, it just starts to get tough. And that's why I haven't made the relationships video yet, honestly. Because I'm actually like, for this example, it's fine. And like, I probably will make this video anyway, but I'm not like happy with this. You know, like I'm not like, oh, this is such a great naming convention or anything like that. I don't know. It makes it somewhat hard to decipher the example, I feel like. Not the concept itself, just like the names that I've chose is what I mean there. It is really nice, right? Because like I can spawn this scene root and like make visible when hovering link root, and like it all just works. But yeah, anyway, I don't have anything to like add to that conversation in chat or like in the Discord. I don't think. All I have is it's tough and I don't have the answers. But I'll be curious to read what people are saying. We're doing Blender stuff today, Lo. We're trying to do Blender stuff anyway. The Blender stuff is okay. Basically, like, we have this successful UI for picking components in Blender. So this is all of like the real Bevy registry reflected components stuff. So if I wanted a button, I can choose a button. Right? If I wanted a character, I can choose the character, and I could try to insert that and whatever. Well, I'm not running the current. I'm not running the example currently. So if we run the example, which doesn't show anything, by the way, you're not supposed to see anything there. Then we can go in here, we can run fetch Bevy registry, and now we have the registry and whatnot. So, but that's not the issue. The issue is we're trying to use this thing called prop search, and I can't figure out how to use it. And the errors that I'm getting are like giving me types that don't exist. And the documentation is showing me any type, which should be a struct base class, of which I have things that implement that struct base class, but apparently don't implement any type. And I don't know how to figure out what does implement any type. The prop search, yeah. So basically, road up prop search is supposed to take like the field that you're supposed to fill with the selection and the things to search through. And it's a little bit wonky because you're supposed to, as far as I can tell, because we haven't successfully done this yet. As far as I can tell, you're supposed to give it like the root object and the field that you have to select into to get the field that you want to set. And then the root object and the field that you are supposed to select into to find all of the components. But it can't be the literal data. It has to be this AnyType thing, which the window manager implements, but collection property and the list don't. So that's why I have a bunch of stuff that like, I at some point I thought the, having this property group was a great idea, but it doesn't seem like, or maybe I misunderstand something pretty horribly. It doesn't seem like it can use that. So the other thing is we tried to use this pointer property, right? But I can't even get this pointer property to initialize. Right, so if this is scheme components prop search, this is a pointer property to a collection. This doesn't work. Couldn't be registered. 186 is the pointer property now. Expected an RNA type failed with property deferred. And property deferred is also not something that I think exists in the docs. So like I'm getting error messages with components that don't exist is what it feels like. How often do I get errors compiling? What do you mean? In Rust? I guess what kind of errors are you talking about? Like, are you talking about like inability to compile because you've got like a weird glibc thing going on, or like a type error? Because like type errors happen all the time, right? But like if I go into event ordering here and I start typing anything, this is all a type error right now. You're a beginner wondering how often you get an error that you need to find the cause of and missed. So we're working in 2 languages right now, if you're watching the stream, and that's what your question is. In Rust, type errors are common, right? But in Rust, if you get type errors, so let me show this. If I get a type error here, if I just like write some random stuff, right? This doesn't exist. And I try to run this example, it's going to tell me very explicitly on line 50, right? This thing, we can't find what that thing is. And like this thing doesn't exist. So yeah, obviously. What else is there? What else could I like throw here? But like little errors like this, where I've like misspelled something, happen all the time. Right? And the Rust compiler gives pretty good error messages when it comes to that kind of thing. The comparison is what we're running into in Python over here. So in Python, we've got this thing that's like, okay, we need to register something, but it couldn't register. Look at the other error. Okay, so we look at the other error, and it's like pointer property expected an RNA type failed with type like property deferred, And there's like no way to figure out what this means. And so like there's a stark contrast, I feel like, between the errors that we're currently seeing working on the Python side of this Blender add-on and working on the Rust side of things. Because the Rust side of things is done, just to be clear. And it's been done for days. My issue is entirely with figuring out why this Python code is erroring because of that situation that you're kind of like alluding to, where these error messages aren't pointing me in the right direction, or not well enough anyway. B5 props pointer property is a function. Yes, it is a function. We can absolutely try the type. I don't think the type is the right thing to do here, but can absolutely do that. I have no problems with that. Maybe it is the right thing. Maybe this will just work. Yeah, this is the thing that you get. bpy struct new expected a single argument. So it's trying to call that function and failing, and we still get the same error anyway up here. Oh no, we don't. We get a different error. This is the barrier. So it's like you're giving it a constructor, and the constructor expects an argument, and it doesn't get that argument. So like maybe that one's types and these are props. The error is on 186, so it's like here. So yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure this needs to be a props. I'm pretty sure this is supposed to be a function call. And then we get into the situation of like just searching for stuff, and you end up on like, okay, well, like kind of on the forum, going through, find stuff, whatever. All right, getting a pointer property to work. That's this one. It didn't have an answer. It had a link to a different one. And it's like, okay, layout, prop, self, your pointer prop, cool. But like, that's not what I'm looking for. There's some kind of pull function you can use for filtering. Here's a register call. So just to confirm that we should be using props, because other people that are doing this are using props and setting the type. Is YouTube your main income? Because it should be, because you're a very good content creator. Thanks for the great walkthroughs you have. Yeah, I make courses and then I do consulting on the side too. So it's not all content. But some of my consulting work is also content. So I would like more and more of my income to come from courses and workshops and educational content so that I can do more YouTube videos and put some more editorial stuff. And like there's a lot of things that I could add to my videos that would make the videos longer to create that I can't really add because of that. So you'll see a bunch of videos that are very, 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 very good, right? Like Freya's Bezier curves video is amazing, right? Both of them. But the Bezier curves video took her a year to make, and I can't make one video a year. So unless I can fit things into my workflow, or I can you know, make the money to pay people to do things. I have to do work with what I have. But it would be wonderful. I would love to ship videos like that at some point. So yeah, we've got this poll function. This doesn't really matter. It's like a filter as far as I can tell, right? I don't know why they named it full or poll, because it does seem to be filter. Like you get an object and you return a bool. Update calls whenever that's modified. Some option stuff. And like this is the pointer property. So I guess it's a pointer to an object. This is a specific object. So maybe it has to be a pointer property for the selected one and not for the collection. Right? Like maybe this is not it. Let me make sure that this gets set then. So we're gonna name it like that because that will be, you know, bpy types, window manager, skiing components, prop search. And we will want to set that to the same thing as components, but for now, we'll just set it to empty, and we'll steal the type definition for the components because it'll be the same thing. Right? And then this, I don't know. This whole thing feels weird, like defining the type and then setting the value. So maybe we don't have to do that yet. But back up where we do the components, right? Components, append. So let's grab this, put this here. And we're just going to append the same thing. So now we should have a collection on the root window manager that we can access without using dots. That should be here. So this should just be a collection. And couldn't register it because property deferred. So couldn't register because property deferred means what? Does it mean that we don't have the value? No, it does not mean that we don't have the value. So collection property could not register, but why? This I don't have the answer to, right? Because like this person apparently seems to be setting that to like anything they want. This is getting set to some random string property. Right? So scene key. This is some random string property here. Cool. And then they pass in bpy.data, which is, you know, something somewhere. Is it because of a syntax error? I don't think so. It could be. I don't think so. What would the syntax error be? right? It's collection property. Also, a lot of stuff is just like really old. It's like 2.9. A lot of the videos on this stuff are also like 4 years old, which is really interesting. So this person's got a property group, a couple of things. They register the class, collection property of those. So it's of that property group. Yeah, no stress. I think the Python stuff is the stuff that I really don't know. That's the thing that like I just need to figure out, I guess. The Rust stuff I'm quite good at. The Python stuff, not so much. Oh, do I have that? I think I have that default in on the string property. Did I have that over here too? No, I didn't. Okay. Does this work? Can't register. Expected an RNA type derived from the ID property group. So really this is the thing. Built-in function or method. Expected an RNA type. So string property presumably is an RNA type, right? RNA text string property definitions. bpy.types.string property. So yes, it is. What made me get into video game development? Did you go to college for computer science? I have been doing engineering work for on the order of decades. I've written a number of languages over that time. I've done a lot of like front end work. I got paid to write Haskell at one point. I've done Go. What else is interesting? And then I guess why video games? Somewhat more recently. So like over the last couple years. I don't know. Let's say like 7 years ago, I started learning Rust. 7, 8 years ago, something like that. And Bevy was around a little bit after that. So like 4 years ago, Bevy got created. And one of the things that I really like about Rust is that it opens up the number of like the available space of programs that I can create. So in addition to the video game stuff, I also get like to do embedded work like this, right? So I've got just like breadboards with LEDs and resistors and random stuff that I bought off whatever sites that sell little electronics. And I get to just figure out how to get all that to put together. And I can do everything from embedded to front end web to back end APIs to CLI tools. People use it for operating systems. I don't write operating systems personally, but it would be cool to like there's something nice about knowing a language where I can just go into a Rust code base and start reading code and understand it. That's always felt prohibitive with things like C to me. And then video games are like, I'm a lifelong video game player. And I just like creating things, and video games bring together a lot of the things that I have liked doing over the course of my life, from programming for a very long time. I did an art degree when I went to college. I didn't do computer science. So drawing things, making things visual, I did a lot of music over the course of my life. I'm a bass player, drums, things like that. I don't really know Ableton that well. I don't really know Blender that well. But yeah, bunch of reasons. So string property should work here, by the way. So props. Collection example. See, they use a property group for the collection. So maybe I have to use a property group for the collection. Everybody seems to. Ocarina of Time 3D versus Majora's Mask 3D. I have to go with Ocarina of Time because that was the game that I got really into. I didn't really play Majora's Mask as much, so I don't really have any opinions on it. You play guitar? Nice. It's always fun to have instruments laying around and be able to play them, even if it's just like low-level hobbyist. So this is a string and an int. Maybe I just build this up. It feels really weird that I would have to do this, but maybe I do have to do this. So let's call this component data, I guess. And then the data we're going to have, well, if I can, I really don't like the way this works in VS Code. Let's see. Module path. I think we're using type path, or maybe we're probably using this key actually. But type path is probably good enough. Type path value. Let's do short path. Let's do type path and short path. We'll make these both strings. I don't want either of them to have defaults. Well, I guess unknown is fine. Name. Type path and short path. The other thing is like, they have colons here, but colons seem to be wrong. Right? Like, this is the official Blender Python documentation. They are using they're using colons here. But when I write it, I get warnings. Call expression not allowed in type expression. So, I don't know, like if I bring this in here, does it crash? No. So I don't know. I don't know what this is. I don't know why this is an issue. So let's take component data then. We have to register this now that we're writing it. So where's our register for this class? vpy utils register class, this class, and then we have to unregister it as well when it gets out. So there's a lot of bookkeeping here too. Am I registering this when we unregister it? Oops, that is definitely a mistake. And I also misspelled it earlier. Register class A. We're French now. Okay, so that's that. That's good at least. And then we want to use that type. So we've got component data. And let's make this component data. So now this prop search thing is going to be component data. Right, so prop search can't just be append anymore. This has to be like this kind of code. We'll just name this component. This will be this whole thing. We'll add one to it. I don't know if we can add those in here in this function call or not. So I guess we just won't for the moment. But this will be K and value short path. Right? I actually don't know what the convention is in Python, whether it's camel case or not. That's a type annotation. Yeah, I mean, I know that. The semicolon things, you mean, right? Like, I know that it's a type annotation, but they seem to be calling functions in the type annotation, right? So, like, what is going on here? Because this code works. But what is this? Because this is in the documentation, but I also see people doing this. Yeah, anyway. There's very little explanation of that kind of stuff in the docs. Yes. bpy.types has types. bpy.props has functions. Absolutely. That is true. And the functions are the things you need to call to get the RNA types. So, like, you can't set the type equal to the type. Right. A function is not a type. That you would think so. Right? In Rust, yes. But what I'm saying is that this is the code in the documentation. Right? This component data class seems to have a type or a field of type path that is of a function call type with bpy props. Yes. Right? Like this and this. Like, I literally copied that out of the documentation. This is Python stuff. The Rust code is pretty much done. Like, all the Rust stuff here, like, we don't really need to touch it because it's already written and works. So probably, unless I get whatchamacallit, I could go jump into the game development side of things in a second, but adding more components is kind of what I want to do in the game right now. It's also possible the editor is working correctly, but since the interpreter can't find the bpy module, it doesn't know how to treat it. Yeah, that's fair. What was I doing? Okay, so collection. Update, whatever. Getters, setters. What was I doing? Component data. Paste, run, whatever are we at? Property not found. Registered, registered, registered. So we're back to property not found for the prop search, right? Property not found, window manager. No data in registry. Oh, right. Never mind. I know why. Because I've set up some of this stuff to only run when we register or when we get the, whatchamacallit. Some of this stuff is only set when we're in the operator for the registry fetch. That's why that was happening. Which is probably something I need to change, but okay. Scene object has no attribute. Wait, scene object. Ah, scene object. Context, window, manager. That was an issue for sure. Components meaning features within entities as opposed to objects, characters, or scenes. Like, are you asking like what is a component? Yes. We are talking about components here. Like when I say component, and I'm talking about component data, this is just some arbitrary type that I made up in Python. But what we're dealing with here is the registry data for a component in Bevy, right? So this, in this case, it's called power level. In the actual example here, I renamed it to character. So we've got a character component here that derives component. It reflects that component data. This reflect component data is how we're getting that JSON data. So we get like a struct with a character. It's got a name. The name is a string, and so on and so forth. We register that type in our Bevy app. That is exposed via an HTTP endpoint, which gives us this JSON file. I can delete this file and recreate it actually. So I just sent that request. Now, if we look for character in here, we've got event ordering character, and we've got all of the data for that component. So we know that it implements the component stuff that we need. We know which properties are on this struct. We know it is a struct. And the goal here is to take these properties and these data types and build a small UI in Blender. What that eventually does is serializes that through GLTF, and then we can insert those components based on the GLTF data from Blender. So when we're talking about type path, I'm talking about this literal value, right? Like event ordering character, which also happens to be the key of this hash map. And then we've also got short path, which is the smaller version of it, which is just that ending character. So we're registering correctly now, right? Collection property, window manager, prop search. I guess I don't want to set this to empty anymore. Cool. So I think setting that to an empty list is probably overwriting that, and we weren't getting a warning that it was overwriting it. And look, we got a UI. So here, I don't know, If I select that, nothing happens. Cool. Lovely. Button. Nothing happens. Cool. Lovely. We're almost there. I think we're almost there. Prop search. I don't think this can be a string property. I think this has to be a pointer property. bpy.props dot pointer property, and this will be a pointer property to component data. I think this is how it has to happen. And then that should just work, assuming that I've done that correctly. So we haven't selected anything. We've got a node. I don't know. So this prop search then, so let's get rid of this actually. That works, but it is actually, they're interacting. There we go. So this is what we need. This apparently doesn't have anything in it. So what does that mean? No results found. Fill this maybe? Sick. Property, this is the issue. Property deferred has no, where is it? Property deferred has no attribute append. So we're looking at this needs to be commented out. I think. And then we have to fetch the data. We haven't seen an error yet. We aren't seeing anything. Oh, all of these are actual. We actually do have the values here. Something about how it's displaying is not working. But that seems relatively fixable. Maybe there's a field for that on prop search. Search data, search property text, override the automatic text of the item. The automatic text isn't working. The icon results are suggestions, text context. Maybe the text needs to be I don't know the answer to this. Do we need a text field in our component? Hopefully this just kind of like fails, I think. I think we want it to fail. Let's do short path. Is this not allowed to be? Have we messed ourselves up in the opposite direction now? Is this, because of this being an object, can we not actually render it anymore? Data property, search data, search property. Text, text context. What happens if we just do prop here? $409 items. That's what we get. 545 items. Does that just increase every time I do this? No. Okay, cool. Cool. Is it really that tedious to write this in Rust instead of Python to save from troubleshooting? Can Rust crates be utilized for this purpose instead, although the crates may not exist yet? So, two things. One is that in this situation, Python inside of Blender is being used as a scripting language for C. I personally don't know enough about how they've implemented the scripting language to know if there can be C bindings for a different ecosystem. Like, so two things, or I guess a few things, right? One is that there is not Rust Python. I don't Pyo3. Pyo3 is what I'm looking for. You can write Rust and expose it as a set of Python APIs and use that to write Python that then gets used inside of Blender. The things that might help us with are potentially doing anything that we would need the Bevy crates for specifically. So if we wanted to take the Bevy reflection crates and we wanted to use them from Python in Blender, we can do that. We can create some bindings from Rust to Python. We can use Pyo3 or whatever. We can distribute that Python package and then use Python to call our Rust code in Blender. The part of this that is hard, though, is not using Rust code. It is interfacing with Blender, right? So the scripting language that Blender offers is Python. That is their first class scripting language. Using anything else starts to get a little bit wonky. So for example, this is Blexdism, right? So Dilib, I can't remember how to pronounce this. Dilib So or whatever, has a product called Xtism that's like a WASM related runtime kind of thing. So there are definitely ways in which you can do bind gen, right? Is it worth it to do a full Rust bindings project for Python to write one add-on? I don't know that that's true. A lot of the issue that I have with the Python APIs right now are that I don't understand how they are already binding into Blender. So is it possible? Yeah, it's possible. Would it be the right thing to do? I don't know. but I'm not going to spin up a new like full bindings project just to write one add-on. I don't think it's worth it. If I did a lot more Blender work, maybe I would. But yeah. What course should you get for beginning in Rust and Bevy? I think you should start with the Rust book. It's free. And you don't have to do anything to like look at it, right? It's just here's the Rust book, right? Like I just bring it up. I do offer Rust stuff. I'm working on some Rust language stuff right now, but I don't currently have a thing you can buy for like base level Rust. But I appreciate you asking. I will have something this year. Rust 2024 comes out on Thursday, so it's the right time for me to do that. And it is in progress. I am already working on it. What was I doing? Oh, I do just keep appending to this list, actually, now that I'm looking at this. Okay, so we need not prop. We need prop search for sure. Now, prop search doesn't seem to like what we're doing here. Bevy changes too much too fast to have a course for it at the moment. I don't know that I agree with that. So the long story here is I started doing a bunch of Rust Bevy workshops, right? So I do have Bevy content specifically. I have Bevy content in a number of different places. I think I just called this one 2048. I started off with, this is the old main branch. So this started almost 4 years ago. Wow, that's wild. Here's the Bevy 0.15 version from last month, right? I don't necessarily think that it changes too fast to have a course on it. I think that the kind of course it has to be needs to change. So for a lot of the stuff that I created in the past, a lot of it was very stable, which means that you kind of like, and that's the way that a lot of people create courses. They create courses around things that are stable for a long time, which is some of the reason that Bevy doesn't have as much course material out there as other things, like you're saying, right? It changes fast. It is hard to create and maintain like educational material around Bevy. It breaks down into, if you want to do Bevy educational stuff, you have 3 to 4 months every cycle to get all of your content up to date. So if you have to spend more than, say, 2 weeks updating your content, it's kind of too much. So thinking about it from that perspective, that puts limits on the kind of content that you can put out every cycle. And one of the things that I was doing for Bevy stuff is I was doing these, like, let's look at one of these random ones. Like the 14 one maybe has a couple of, like this has like step-by-step walkthrough for the entire project. There's a problem loading the remainder of the diff. All right, well. where's 2048? So if I go to one of these random ones, right? And we go to some random lesson, and we scroll down. So all of them, this is the same content that's in the Git repos. The way that I do all my coursework is I put it all on Git. It's all in the commits, and then it's also on the website. And basically what you're paying for is like the videos. So I try to make it like compatible with SEO so people can find it, and also available for people that can't afford it. And then that allows me to price it in a way that is priced for people's tech educational budgets. So like startups and corporate tech companies all use or all give their employees like educational budgets. And you can use that on anything. So this is oriented in a way that people who don't have that can still access it, but people who do have that can support me by using it. And in that way, then I'm removing myself from the like, how do I say this? I don't need people who can't afford it to give me money if I do it that way, which is something that I find very important. Like it matters to me a lot that people can actually access it. The video serving can get costly, which is why it's behind the paywall. And then I'll have other things in the future. Like I have prototypes for doing examples on the site. That will also probably be behind some kind of login barrier. But anyway, more to the point of the material. Like there's a bunch of lessons, right? A ton of them. And, oh, I see that my seconds counting on those lessons is wrong. There's a bunch of lessons here, like 15, 20, whatever. Bevy workshops specifically, compared to maybe some other ecosystems, tend to run longer. And what I've discovered over time, because I started doing this in 0.8-ish, is that maintaining all of these individual lessons is somewhat not necessarily what people want for this crate and for this ecosystem. And also just a lot of work to maintain, right? So if you like, even if I just look at this one thing here, right? This one lesson, of which there are, you know, let's say 20 of them. This is almost 1,000 words. So if you say that you have 20 lessons in a workshop and they're almost 1,000 words each, that was one of the earlier lessons, so it'll be a little bit shorter. You're talking, how many words is that? 20,000 words. So you start getting into a number that is heavily contributing to the yearly number of words that you're capable of writing, right? I think I heard Brandon Sanderson talk about how many words they're capable of writing recently. And basically, if the only thing they did was writing, they would put out like 500,000 words a year. I think there's somewhere more around like 200 and something thousand. But that's because they write 2,500 words a day when they're writing. So that is the top end, right? That is the top of the top end. That is the maximum. I'm not going to write more than Brandon Sanderson. It's not going to happen. So if a workshop takes 20,000 words, right, as an estimate, you start to see how few can be created every year, right? And that goes back into the maintainability of them. And also, the other thing that I was realizing was I would put like Bevy UI work, for example, inside of the 2048 or the Snake workshop. And I was seeing people literally just skip the UI stuff, which is like a good, 5-6 lessons in that 25 lesson workshop or whatever. And if people are just skipping it, then it doesn't belong in that workshop, right? So all of that to be like the really long version of I've learned a lot about how to create and maintain content, especially in a fast changing ecosystem like Bevy. And I've been reworking all of the stuff behind the scenes to kind of move more in that direction. I think it's actually probably more useful to do like project walkthroughs consistently than individual like lesson by lesson for all of the Bevy stuff. Because if I do individual lesson by lesson stuff, it has to be around a specific topic, right? Like 2048 could be, how do you do a turn-based game at like a high level, right? How do you run a schedule? How do you make your own custom schedule, put your own logic in it? Whenever the user gives input, run your schedule. How does that work architecturally? And then it doesn't need to be things like, how do you start a new Bevy app, et cetera, right? So they all build on each other in smaller ways, but they are full integrated projects. And I think that's the direction I'm moving in for a lot of the Bevy content. Yeah, anyway, I don't know that anybody really was asking that deeply, but I put a lot of thought into this, and I have the goals in mind. I know what I need to do. It's just a matter of executing on it. So we've got short path here. This is just text for the sidebar. Is there something that we can do about I guess we really don't want this to be a struct then, right? Is there a way to define like the thing for a property group? All right, like this has a bunch of types, some stuff, etc. Collection, update, getter, setter. Is there like a specially named getter setter for this? Oh, a collection property has to be a property group. Huh. Would have been nice to get that as an error. Options, property flag items, hidden, skip save, skip preset, animatable, library, proportional, output path, name in the user interface, tags. Is there maybe a to string on the property group or something? Keys, items, pointer, get. How is that supposed to work? If you're supposed to prop search on a collection property, and collection properties can only be property groups, then how do you define what shows up in that panel? How do you define what shows up here? Oh, am I hard coding unknown into all these? Hang on. Selected. Oh, the name is empty. Did I miswrite this? Is it going to be that easy? Does it have to have name? I think it has to have name, actually. So maybe I do this. Name. Get rid of these defaults, I guess. Or maybe leave them, I don't know. Is this it? Does this need to be like specifically like this? And then it just uses the name? No, all of these are empty. Why are they all empty? Did I mess something up on the collection? Add name. Oh, does value also need to be there? Do these like restrictively need to be name and value? Am I just doing completely the wrong thing here as a result? I wish I we'll see if that's the case first, but if it is, that's really awkward. Why does that have two names? Let me do this to start, actually. Don't save. Reopen Blender. Let's get into the scripting panel if we can. Nope. There's got to be a way to get to the scripting panel, right? Okay, so new, paste this in here, run it, fetch the registry, look at our panel, and then we get our data. So let's see if I can find character. The selection doesn't work. Why doesn't the selection work? I don't know. You can scroll the tab bar? I don't think I can. Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. I was expecting, I think I'll have to hold shift to do that. Thank you for confirming that. we've gotten our way all the way to being able to select arbitrary components, but it doesn't actually select. So maybe that is a different issue. I don't know. How do you get the 3 windows into one view? Is it just the desktop with everything removed or an application? The 3 windows into one view. You mean like this? Like when I open a new window and it goes like that? Is that what you're talking about? That is a window manager. So I'm on Mac OS and I use Dubai. And the effect you're seeing there is the binary space partitioning layout. So when I open new windows, it lays everything out, which is really great for stream, right? Like this is fantastic. Being able to just chunk everything in like that, have it all viewed. Okay, so I actually don't know the answer to if name and value were really required there or if we just weren't setting them earlier. It's like power tools for Windows. Yeah, I think it's maybe a little less than power tools, but yeah. So the question is, this is selected component, right? But why is this isn't short path. This is like component. I don't know of a shorter word to type for component, but let's just type add maybe, I don't. C. it's a C drive. That'll confuse everybody. I don't know how to specify what happens here. It's like theoretically, I should just be able to click this and this should be setting selected component, but it's setting selected component to unknown values, which are the default values for that, which is really unfortunate. I don't know why it's using the defaults because this is supposed to be handling everything. Yeah, and functionality is, so here we have a cube, right? In the objects panel, we're going to have components. I'm going to be able to type like character here. That will hopefully show up here. I'll click insert and it'll show, I think I can just click this right now, right? Maybe, yeah. So it'll show here in the custom properties, but we're not really ever going to do it like this specifically. And it's going to serialize this way. So here, for example, that insertion created this data, which if you look at this data, you'll see that it's the full path to a component and the data that it needs to instantiate it. So the idea is, such as in this event ordering system, or rather maybe, or we're running the event ordering one right now. So that's all in the data already. That's this data. So if we exported that GLTF, we would get this extras data. And then we have a scene instance ready observer effectively that goes through and reflects all of that component data and inserts it onto the entities that require it. So you end up with a very minimal version of Blenvy that is gives a little bit more control back to the user. So the idea here is that it doesn't really mess with your other workflows. It integrates into the GLTF export workflow and the scene spawning workflow. So your Bevy game will have all of its components registered. You will get the type information from the running Bevy game, which is what we're doing. That will all show in Blender with a UI that allows you to attach the components and affect the values. Those, depending on whatever your workflow is, you will export GLTF from Blender. This will come along for the ride with that GLTF. So you could do like GLTF per scene, GLTF per object. You could create your own libraries GLTF. You could do anything like that. And then that all gets inserted automatically for you in when you spawn the scenes. So yeah, that's the end goal. The end goal is to make that workflow work nicely. Why not use a list of inserted components and allow modifying the one currently active selected? Like a UI list? We still need a way to insert them. The answer to why aren't we doing it in a different way in the UI, Xavier, is UI in Blender is hard. Really the answer is I don't know what I'm doing. That's the answer. I'm open to all suggestions, especially when it comes to like where it should go, what kind of UI element it should be. Like I know that I need search for this because there are hundreds of potential components. So I know that I needed something like prop search to get the component or something like that. I did have a UI list in here at one point. I guess that's the way the materials works, right? Like this is a UI list. And then so the other thing is that you can do this on multiple objects too, right? Like you could do the custom properties on material. But yeah, in any case, I'm very open to doing UI lists and stuff. I think I'm gonna put some work into making the UI good. But I do need like the minimal working version of it first. If you can ask an off-topic question, how developed is rendering compared to Godot or equivalent? You mean rendering in Bevy? How developed is it? I would say that Bevy is probably one of the most modern open source renderers that currently exists. And I would also say that because it's younger than other renderers, it has some comparatively missing features, but it also has things that are like really comparatively advanced. Like there is a virtual geometry implementation currently in Bevy. It's experimental, but it works, which is really cool. I haven't made videos on it because I don't want to push people towards the person that's working on it and burn them out. But yeah, that's the way I would frame it. For Tiny Glade, they started with Bevy 0.6. I think it was 0.6 anyway. It was a long time ago. Um, One of the nice things about Bevy is that you can write your own renderer like that if you want to. If you want to go full ray tracing or ray marching or whatever, like for your renderer, you can just go do that. But the current version of Bevy is 0.15. And Tiny Glade started on 0.6. So I still think if you were going to write Tiny Glade, you would probably want to do your own renderer anyway. But yeah, that's also one of the benefits of benefits of Bevy is that you can actually do that. You see virtual geometry, but there are missing major features. I wish you could be more specific. You wish you could be more specific. I mean, like, there are things that don't exist, right? If you're talking about the renderer and the architecture and like the thing as a whole, it is a very nice modern renderer, right? WGPU is really nice. WGSL is workable. The way Bevy's renderer is put together is something that you can go in and read and understand, et cetera, et cetera. But again, it is younger than, say, Godot. I'm not going to pull it up on stream, but there was an Excel sheet floating around at one point that kind of was like, this renderer has this feature, and that renderer has that feature, and this renderer has this feature. And they're all slightly different. So in terms of like how developed it is, it depends on what your perspective on it is, I guess. I think the overall architecture is one of the most modern architectures you can have, right? It's really solid in that sense. But if you're looking for decals, specific feature, decals are not in 0.15. Now, the way Bevy works is not everything needs to be in core. So this is contact projective decals from Path of Exile 2, right? This is just a plugin that you can add. Well, this is, okay, so two things. One, this is just a plugin that you can add, and it just works, right? That's one of the real benefits of Bevy's renderer architecture. The other thing is that this actually got upstreamed. So this is in 0.16. This and also another version of decals. So there's two versions of decals landing in 0.16. Things missing in Bevy's renderer, according to the Xavier. Complete and easy docs, tutorial guides. Yeah. Yes. I don't know how much of that is Bevy specific, though. One of the things that I've figured out in terms of graphics as I've been going through it is that graphics programming is like, as a field, pretty undocumented. There are much more well-documented fields. Graphics is not one of them. That said, there's a lot of great papers you can read and things like that. There's a lot of really good things about the graphics ecosystem. Documentation is not one of them. Yeah. Cheap book for the render. Yeah. Render graph, pipelines, etc. I do think that the examples are getting better and better. I do think that the rendering examples. So one of the really strong parts of Bevy in general is that there are hundreds of examples in this directory. And if we look in the shader directory, there's a lot of really solid material here. And this is always up to date. This is always ready to go. One of the ones that just got merged recently is the custom render phase. This is fairly low level. And if you go through this and you understand it piece by piece, then you will understand a decent amount of the renderer. I do think it could be better documented. I have that same opinion about basically the entire graphics ecosystem. So it's like, I'll be nice and say 50-50. I'll be nice to both sides and say 50-50. I think Bevy's documentation about how the renderer works could be better. And I think the ecosystem for how to do graphics could be better as well. The renderer is something that does change fairly frequently, though. Not in the sense of like, how do I frame this? Not in the sense of like huge major changes, although we did have one of those last version. But it gets significant improvements every cycle. I'm like, when should I make a custom render pass or a custom render graph node? Well, I think you have to do both, right? Hey, MC, how's it going? Right, if you look at the render phase, even the post-processing example, actually, let's start with the post-processing example. Post-processing example adds a node. So you get the render graph, or the render app, sorry. You get the render app, and then you define where in the render graph your node is going to run. Right? So if you need to orient your thing in relation to other things, you need to use the graph. Unless there's already somewhere to put it. I do think there was a visualization of this graph floating around somewhere, but I don't know where that went. Okay, so why is this selection not working? Data, identifier, data, search collection property. I don't know. I also don't know what type this returns either. So here's an update example. And this is, I guess, on the properties themselves. Yeah, you want to take a compute shader that takes mesh geometry as input and outputs another mesh geometry and pass this new one to materials that already exists. Yeah. I have that on my list to do, actually. Specifically, I think the use case that I'm going to do so that the actual GPU implementation isn't that intense is I'm going to take that landscape series that we were doing and I'm going to do it on the GPU. And I'm going to make that a video. And then that will exist on the internet. That's what I'm planning to do. Without GPU readback, yeah. GPU readback bad. No. GPU readback good for specific use cases, but not something you want to be doing all the time. But yeah, that's my plan for that. Just so you're aware. I don't know when I'm going to get around to it, but that is my plan. So I guess, did I change this to be a pointer property? forgetting what I actually did. Okay, so I did change this to be a component or a pointer property. Should I have done that? Or does this data all get cloned in? I feel like this is going to break. Yeah. Pointer property. I guess, do I not want a pointer property? Do I just want it to be a struct? This is kind of the issue that I'm having with a lot of the Blender add-on stuff, Xavier. Like we've got prop search, it's working ostensibly, but it's not setting the value to anything but a default version of it. And I don't know why, because there's no error output. Getter, setter, bool property, pointer property. So it can be a property group, or it can be any ID type. So we have a property group coming from our selections, so that should be what we use. Update function to be called when this value is modified. Strange, but you came late and cannot see the cause of the issue. Yeah, I mean, I didn't really expect you to have the answer. So really the thing is registering all seems to work, right? Everything here got registered. Panel works. We've got some data, right? We can fetch the registry. That all works. We come over here and we do character or something. This is just repeatedly appending, unfortunately. I should have it reset. But when I select, it uses the defaults, it looks like. And I don't know why it uses the defaults. And I don't see an error. Let's go to fetch Bevy type registry for a second. Let's say components clear. Is clear a function here? And then we get, hopefully, nope, we have 4 characters. Maybe it wasn't clean. It was this one. Do that, call the registry, go in here, character, and now we have one. Yeah, and then the selected value is the defaults, as far as I can tell. And I don't know why. Why are the properties on the window manager and not the object? Why are the properties on the window manager and not the object? The selected component is something that I am like, I need to put the selected component somewhere. I guess the selected component could be on the object. But the registry and stuff is on the window because I don't have anywhere else to put global data. So some of these things do, I think, need to be on the window. The object could have the selected component. But yeah. The global data is on the window because the registry data is global. And if I put the registry data on the object, then I have to set that for every object, right? Yeah, you're supposed to list of all available components can be on the window manager. The selected one should be on object or material mesh. Yeah, I think we can definitely move it there. That makes sense to me. Right now, I don't know why this is not allowing a selection. Because this is supposed to set that on its own, right? Bug report. My daily driver car. I live in a city. I don't need a car. Maybe the types are incompatible. Type of the property with the type of the selected item. It's a pointer property. Data from which to take property. Identifier of property in data. Oh, so this is data from which to take property. Identifier of property in data. From to take property. It is nice to not need a car. Absolutely. 100%. Highly suggest it. I love not having to drive anywhere. Also, just the maintenance hassle and insurance and stuff on cars. I'm good. Let's see. Do I set this anywhere else? Selected component. I'm not like resetting this, am I? It looks like I am. actually. No, that's the Skeen selected component. Okay, so this is the selected component we're using. It's a pointer property to component data. I guess it could be just the component data. But then I think that this doesn't initialize. How do I initialize a regular class? I guess it doesn't matter because they all have defaults. Expected a single argument. So somebody adding stuff. This is the other thing. A lot of them just don't have answers. A prop search sets one prop by searching another. Right. Except it's not doing that. Set the name on the collection. Is that really? Are you serious? Oh, the name on the collection item. Okay. We already figured that out. Prop search, object, audio action, register, string property, audio action. They just set the string property. So maybe I just do... Their audio file name just has name. So that is... Wait, they just get a string property? Does it just set the name? Is the name the only thing we get? That's got to be it. It's got to be that this is effectively this. So selected component, then that's not the right place to do that. This has got to be it. And this has got to be like... Yep. The only thing we get is the name. We actually do not get the property. That's so weird. Why is that not in the documentation? Okay. Well, we can pick a component now. So weird. Okay. Let's look at string property. Description. Great. I feel like in the long run, the Python code is going to be the hardest part of this project to maintain. The Rust code seems very straightforward comparatively. I guess we could have an update on this and just add it directly, right? And then the problem is well, in any case, this should be on object, right? So types.selected component. We should rename this to something else, I guess, at some point. But if we put this on object, then actually, now that I think about it, we would also need to add it to material and everything if we put it there. So I'm going to hold off on that, and I'm going to when I start implementing this for materials and things that are not objects, then I will change this to be not on the window. Okay, so we've got that. This could have an update function, right? Update takes self and context. Must return none. Cool. I think that's fine. On select new component. And then component. This says self and context. And let's just print context dot content context dot what? Context dot object dot name, I guess. And then context dot window manager dot what do we call this selected component? This is the other thing that's kind of weird about Blender plugins is component will be added if selected. Can I not? Did I forget a comma? It's really funny that Python loves white space and then also requires the commas. Name is not defined because I need to define this before I use it. Is that a Python rule? Those scoping issues. Okay, cool. Character. And then did that run? I don't even know. There it is. We have a cube and we've got event ordering character. Cool. You'd recommend adding a pointer property named scheme stuff to the object mesh material and add everything else inside this property. Why a pointer property? And share code for different objects, materials, UI. Okay. Yeah. I see what you're saying when it comes to that. Why a pointer property? I don't think I really understand what a pointer property is. Because right now I have window props, which is the registry, the component list, and currently the selected component, although, well, actually, this isn't being used at the moment. If we commented this out, nobody would care, I don't think. So that's the global stuff. Right, this is no longer set. This is on window. So I'll add a to-do, move this to common property group for all object, material, mesh, etc. extras. A pointer property because scheme stuff would be a structure and not a single float color. Sure. Oh, I guess because you can't have anything that is complex structure. Wait. I don't get why pointer property and not just property group. Because right now what we're doing here, which is somewhat incorrect, right? Because this needs to get updated to this actually. And then these shouldn't be set as defaults, right? This should just work. I probably have broken some other code that relies on some of those assumptions, but you know. Struct registration error. This is one of the things that I've run into repeatedly. Expected RNA type failed with property deferred. And I don't know why it's property deferred. And this is here. Default is an invalid keyword argument for collection property. So I guess I don't need default for collection property. Yeah, failed with type property deferred. 199, which is the register. Property group, pointer property are related. Oh, okay. Property group is the struct, pointer property ID is the instance. So this needs to be a pointer property is what you're telling me then. Right? Like I register this here and then when I set this here, this is supposed to be a bpi props pointer property type equals this. That's what this is supposed to be. I'm not supposed to set this to just the type. Failed with type property deferred. Which is why. Does this need a name? That would be really weird, but not terrible. Not once, not a single time have I watched any of your videos and not learned a thing or two. Nice. That's super exciting for me. I love that. I'm glad you're enjoying them. Yeah, the Blender API docs have a property group example. Okay, so let's go. Because that's somewhere in here, right? That's like here. So this int property, material settings, right? Int colon props. And I have registry colon props usage here. I've got a default for the string. I've got no default for the collection because I don't think it needs one. Or actually, I can't set a default on the collection. I think the collection is just empty by default. The type of the components in this collection I guess, is that supposed to be like that? Nope. Fail with type built-in function or method. So this is supposed to be a method call. I guess we aren't really doing that for our other collection. Our other collection is of component data. So realistically, we should probably be putting this up here too. Right? Like this should be that. And then at least we'll know if that was the issue. Oh, component data is not defined. Yeah. Blah, 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 blah. Sure. Okay, and then missing BL RNA attributes may not be registered. Do I have to, does it have to be registered before I use it? Right, does component data have to have like a register call in between these two declarations? I guess component data probably isn't registered before that in the register calls is really what it is. That's probably it. And then property deferred object has no attribute components. Right? So that is on 212. So this, it's like uninitialized here or something. I do feel like I'm pretty good at debugging. So this is uninitialized, right? Print scheme components, right? Which allegedly should exist for a pointer property. Doesn't exist yet, is what I'm getting from this. So it needs to be like initialized somehow. Unless I'm not supposed to touch it yet. Property deferred object has no attribute components. And property deferred is the thing that keeps coming up that I don't really understand. I get that it's like some kind of uninitialized or unset data or a data without default or like something like that. But it's a very general sense of like it's uninitialized in some way. So let's keep looking here. Settings equals that, and then test the new settings. So they are just directly, well, bpi.data.materials 0. Material, oh, because it's on material. So they need to get a material and then it just exists there already. So is that not set? Right? Components, collection property. Collection property should be default empty, right? Collection property. Name, description, type, options. I don't see any. Theoretically, I should be able to just clear it. Right? Like I should have access to it already, but I don't. Property deferred has no attribute components. So do I need to go through? Pointer property has a type, a name, a description, poll and update. You think that, oh, yeah. I see what you're saying. So theoretically, we don't actually have the window here to check that anyway. Is there a way to get that? I don't know. I unfortunately don't have autocomplete. Okay, so that's fine. That would make sense. So we don't need to touch any of that data right now. And then property deferred has no attribute registry, because I'm probably accessing it in the same way in that other place. Yeah, so now this all of this needs to be context.window manager. Run it, fetch it. bpi prop collection attribute append not found, because this is no longer just a list, right? So let's get this up here, I guess. I'm going to call this global so that it's clear that we're accessing global data here. And then this and this are changed. This is also changed. And this gets the same data. So maybe we just replace this now. Maybe we've hit the point at which we can replace this. So here, comment that out. That won't exist anymore, which is fine. The enum property is something else that I'll leave. And then back in our panel, this is going to have to be the same thing. So let's grab global and put that here, right? So global registry, global registry, global. Well, that's still the selected component, but this is global components. And then this theoretically should work. There's still an append somewhere. And maybe I restart Blender as well in a second here. Okay, so theoretically that works. Let's get out of Blender and back in. Scripting, new, dump this in, run it. Run the fetch. Go to the object for the cube. Grab a character, insert it, hit the update function. Everything works. Thank you for the hint, Savior. Okay, so let's I don't know what to describe. GD cached. What changes did we actually make? Let's do this. Component data, prop search. Yeah. Commit M. Cool. Hey, at least it's progress. I'm happy with progress. The Python stuff is not the most straightforward, but I'm happy with progress. I mean, even if you were just a rubber duck, theoretically, I would thank you for that. It's worth it just to have people who are like hanging out, especially when doing stuff that is just like, this is like very headbang against wall kind of work in that sense. It's like, this should work, but it doesn't. Why doesn't it? I don't know. It's not in the docs. I can't find it anywhere. Like, having even just people to rubber duck with is useful in those situations. But you did have suggestions, and it did work. So, and they're good suggestions. So, okay, so we can clear out some of this stuff, some of these comments, right? And then we can do, I'm going to leave the other one. Okay, that's all going to go there. This is going to leave. This doesn't need to be there. This, I think we can just delete this, right? This doesn't get used anymore. Yeah. Perfect. Get rid of this stuff. Okay, and this selected component eventually goes into a property group. That property group is going to be on objects, meshes, materials, and whatnot. The one reservation I have about that is that it seems like if you're on an object, you can get the data for an object for the custom property on ID data. And if you do dot data, then it's the mesh or something like that, or it's the material. So maybe a little bit of juggling in terms of property access and stuff like that, but totally cool. So now, whenever we select a new component, that goes here. When a new component is selected for insertion onto an object, so then we get the object name and the selected component. So the question is, what do we do with this? And the answer is we have to, let's leave that. Let's do this. And we need to do, where's our global? Global's here. Where's our JSON? Loads. This is what we need here. One thing you're confused about is component. Those can only be on an object entity. Adding stuff to materials mesh is impossible, but those will be GLTF extras, not components. I think I'll have to go into the entity stuff. I'll double check that. GLTF extras on materials, I think you're right. On mesh, I think you're also right. But the only reservation that I have is, how does the hierarchy get translated? So I think that I think you're right in general, but the specifics might occur such that the entity hierarchy is like a little different, but we'll see. We'll check it. We're just working with objects right now. I know objects require it. I know objects are everything that we want them to be. So for the moment, just objects. So here, let's print data. selected component. So if I go in here and I do character, I should get a dump on select new component for event ordering character. That's it right there. And if we do, I don't know, what's another component? Transform. Then we get on select for transform. So I don't know if this is visible for people on stream, but now when we select, we get the type information from the registry for that component. So I think the way that I'm going to do this is the panel is always going to show whatever components happen to be in the data. So it'll be the editing interface, and then we'll just insert all of the defaults whenever you select a component. So if you're going to select a transform, which you're not, but if you were, then we would have translation, rotation, and scale as vec3, quat, vec3 show up in the panel under the transform header. I guess the other thing we could do is that UI list that Xavier was talking about earlier. Any components that are on the entity. I guess we don't need this name anymore, do we? Some of this other debugging level stuff doesn't need to be there. Right, so testing, ski and Bevy panel. So all of this will go away. Name will go away. Then I guess let's get rid of this print. If global registry, data, global, that's our registry. Let's do can you enumerate? This is going to be components added to object. I guess components on object. And then this can only fire if the registry is enabled. So let's do that. And then this is checking to make sure that it's not empty. And we can take what? Let's take object. Do I regret using the word scheme for everything in every variable? Maybe for the first time so far. Perhaps that was not the right move. This is all the global stuff. Components, ID data. That's what I need to look for. So we are going to do some checks here. So like, and skein in object.id data. Is it not end? It definitely is end, right? There's probably also an empty, right? Python is empty list. If not a. Oh, implicitly bool. I don't like it. Is data.keys a list? Is another question. Oh, and right. Yeah. Vocabulary. Okay. If data.keys not greater than 0. If data.keys. I guess that's always true, right? Oh yeah, this looks like a reputable site. Keys. Performing list on a dictionary returns a list of all the keys used in the dictionary in insertion order. So I should be able to do if list data, right? If list data and the key is in the ID data, then object for key in object.id data skein print data key. So registry is us loading in the registry of JSON. If that as a dict is a list, which is truthy, and the key is in ID data, then for all of the keys in that subobject, print the type data for that. You think length is better? Well, the empty list is falsy, is my understanding. I don't have any rows here, so let me get a row. Okay, so character, enter, that all works. Let's look at no data in registry. No data in registry. I messed up my if. Oh, you know what? This doesn't have custom properties. There we go. Object has no attribute. Object has no attribute because I have to do it this way, I think. Yeah, there we go. That's so weird that you have to do it via string access and not dot access. But it is a thing. So then there should be a character on. So we have character here. Perfect. And now the only thing to do is to actually show the list. Let's show the list in a UI list. So let's figure out how to do a UI list. Let's commit what we have here, because I feel like everything here is good to go. Commit, cleanup, and list components on objects that have been added. Cool. So let's run the examples again. We need a UI list. I think the default one will work for now. But my understanding is that we can do any number of random interesting things with it because we get to control how they render. Is that true? Implicit typecast, you hate that and never use it? Yeah, I'm like 50-50 on writing Python like other people would write Python and just being very explicit. I don't know. I'm going to go back and take a look at it. You like to be explicit and do if length 0, but you're right, a list can be implicitly cast and the empty list cast to Boolean false. Yeah. Yep. Maybe I just leave a comment with that in the code. I don't know. I feel like there's some benefit to doing it both ways. If you do it the Python-y way, then you get like Python code that looks like other Python code. And if you do it the explicit way, then you maybe get, it looks weird to people who write Python, but then it also is very explicit for people that don't. I don't know. I don't have the answer for that right now. We are making progress though. That was a lot. How did I do that? That was sweet. Well, I've never done that before. Maybe that was in the update that I did before stream. Okay. UI list panel. This is just a panel. So it would be a template list with the built-in UI list identifier. And that's why you took umbrage with dynamically typed, weakly typed question mark languages. Yeah, I try not to get into. I don't get into strong versus is weak in that conversation. That's such a muddy conversation, and I don't think it actually benefits anybody to talk about it that way. Maybe if you're like if you're in a room with like a group of people who are type theorists and know what you're talking about, sure, but like I think the industry at large doesn't understand what strong and weak and etc. strict typing will mean. Okay. So template list. I guess we can just do this as I choke myself on water. Draw this. I guess we don't need the registry data to display this, so we won't. This is going to be what ULUI, whatever it's called. ULUI list. And then this is saying on object material slots and object active material index. Can we pass in arbitrary data here? Let's go for template list. Name ID, collection property. We don't have a collection. So I think here's a bit of a decision point too, right? We can either store the collection of the components and then get access for displaying them here. Actually, does data pointer take a just like a list? Where is the example that I was looking at? This is just like pointing to two arbitrary things, but do we need to? I think you were talking about exporter plugins at some point, right? I think this is the point at which it becomes apparent as to why we would do that. Because right now what we're doing is we're storing everything in the custom properties effectively as like arbitrary hash maps. And I still think we probably need to store the data a bit like that. But we can't create a collection from the keys of a sub property, right? I don't think so anyway. Yeah, we need an RNA object, which I don't think a list is an RNA object. So right now we're storing the data directly in the custom property, which has the nice benefit of just getting exported by default. Are there ways to make Blender a better level editor for Bevy in terms of object manipulation and scene layout? Hello, and thanks for your work. That's actually what I'm working on right now. What are you looking for in terms of better? I think object manipulation and scene layout are things that Blender is already very good at in general. Right? The thing that is kind of missing from Blender as a level editor is the ability to add components to entities so that you don't need to do that work in Bevy. That's the piece that I'm working on right now. Right, so here we click on the object, we go over here, we say, I want this to have, I don't know, bloom. Why? I don't know why it would be bloom, but like bloom. And then we insert bloom and then modify it. NetRadian or Hammer editor kind of controls. I don't know that I'm familiar with NetRadian or Hammer. I've heard of Hammer. Maybe we spend a little bit of time on that kind of stuff before stream ends. Hammer editor. So what is it about this that you like? There's a lot of data here. Guess some colliders. I don't know what NetRadian is either. You are the community. A brush-based 3D level editor. So this is one of those things that like takes 2D maps and turns them into 3D. Is that the vibe here? I guess I'm not really sure what benefit these have over Blender is really my question. Like, what does this do that Blender isn't doing for you at the moment? Yeah, I mean, if there are no examples, then hard to talk about it. I think that in general, like coming in here, Blender wise, and just being like, I'm gonna move this object over here and place it, and all of that's like really good in Blender. So like, I don't know. I think there are definitely ways to improve Blender. Like, for example, I'm working on this component editor thing, but you were thinking about more intuitive ways of selecting and placing objects, like a zoo scene, but it's just a specific example. I guess, what do you mean by intuitive, right? Because like, where are my assets? Right? Like, whatever. I don't have many assets in here. So, but like, oh, I want like a thing on this. Okay, drag it in. You know? I want this to have space clay. Now it has space clay. I want to duplicate this and put it over there. Like all of that kind of stuff feels very approachable and doable. Right? Like this has that material and whatnot on it already. It has two materials on it now, actually, but yeah, I guess that would be my question would be what is the thing, you know? What is the piece of functionality that is missing? For me, it's adding components to objects. That's the number one most important thing that I need out of Blender that it doesn't currently do out of the box. Um, I think when it comes to like creating geometry or placing things in the world or building a bunch of different scenes or doing all that kind of stuff, I think Blender is fine. An app dedicated to editing a level would be easier for that one task. Maybe. I still feel like it would take a lot of work. Like, but that's the other thing, right? Like, you can build custom level editors. Like, nothing's stopping you from doing that. So, in the sense that, like, if your game benefits from a specific level editor implementation, you can also build that. Okay, so the question here is template list, right? Where does that need to take its data from? Can it take it from a list that I've created and not a collection? My guess is no, because I think we're in draw, right? I feel like I want to change this to be an object level collection and then use that for this list. The only question I have about that is how do we get it back into the GLTF extras? So that's either what, a GLTF Blender exporter plugin. I don't want like a completely separate one. I just want to be able to put this collection into the extras, right? I know that you've spoken about like GLTF plugins before. Do you have a link or something for that, Xavier? Or can properties be labeled as being included? I don't really want a collection though, per se. Right? Like I do want a unique collection. But maybe I can enforce that myself. You think all of them just get added? Okay, so if I do like something silly, like object dot let's just do it down here anyway. So you're saying that bpi.types.object dot homestar runner equals bpi.props dot string property name ABC default here, every object is now going to get that field when I export. Let's take a look at this. Where do I put this? Dump this into the project that we're working on, I guess. Make this test.glb. And then GLTF. It doesn't get included by default unless that is I do think you need to put it into the ID data. I don't think it can just be a property. The Kronos Group GLTF Blender IO, is that this one? Yeah, this one. Example add-ons. Exporter extension. Because I do think we need, so like that data would get stored in the blend file. Oh, it's not in the custom properties. Almost guaranteed. Like the custom properties here are in ID data. They aren't properties on the object. Right? Which I think are different things. Anyway, I'll play around with that a little bit. This is compression scheme, new image format. Property group, register, exporter, extension, layout, draw, unregistered, draw, export, enabled, float property, gather node hook. If self property is enabled, GLTF2 object extensions is none. Extensions, extension. Yeah. I'll play around with this a little bit. I think that putting properties on objects like we just did doesn't put them into the custom properties. I think you have to go into ID data to do that. Right? The data block is here. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Yeah, if you register a type and edit it as a property of another type, it does nothing with custom properties. But once you add an instance... Oh, okay. So we have to set it first. Thank you for your answer. Still thinking about this. Back on the Blender topic. You think your lack of knowledge about what Blender can do prevents you from knowing when to use this tool versus create a specific tool. If you were to create a game like Portal, for example, would you say I should use this tool or create mine? I mean, the levels in Portal are fully capable of being developed in Blender, right? I don't think I can think of anything in Portal that can't be done with Blender. So personally, I would start with Blender. And if you hit a point at which Blender is too painful to use, either fix Blender, or if it's too many things that are too painful, build your own tool. That's how I view Blender. I view Blender as the default to start with for 3D games. And if it turns out that Blender just doesn't do enough of what you want, then look into doing a custom thing. Because custom things are expensive, right? The less you can do in terms of tool development, the better in terms of like investment cost, right? I mean, if you're going to build 200 levels and your level editor doesn't work as well as you want it to, maybe put some time into like making it easier to build levels. Like I'm a huge fan of tools for that kind of use case. I don't necessarily think that if you haven't built a level yet, or if you're like less than 5 levels in, if you haven't built any of the code for the game yet, if you don't know how it's going to work, I don't know how you build a level editor for a game that doesn't exist and you don't know how it's going to behave. At which point, I think Blender is a great starting point that can get you to the point at which you would then need to build a custom level editor. I think there's a trade-off in doing custom tooling. Custom tooling can be really great, but custom tooling for a single level, I don't know that that's useful, right? Unless you really enjoy doing it, and then you're like doing it for the sake of doing it. But yeah, that would be what I would say in general. So let's say this, and let's say on select new component. So I'm just gonna drop this in here. Right, we're gonna remove this in a second. I need to get the object. Right, so this would be the active object. I should be able to access that field on that object. Execute this, do, character or whatever. That should set that value as far as I'm aware. I don't see any errors. The selection did go through. So theoretically that data is on it now, but it's not in custom properties. And I don't think it'll show up if we export. Oh, it does. Absolutely does. Just directly shows up. So that's interesting then. I thought we had to go through ID data, but we don't. If we don't, or rather, yeah, if we don't go through ID data, it doesn't show up in the custom properties menu. Yeah, I expected Skeen to show up. Skeen is specifically a custom property, and it's a custom property like that is in like the custom properties panel. I expect that to show up, right? I didn't expect this to show up, actually. But I guess it does. So that raises a question. That raises a question about how we're supposed to build collections, I guess. No, but you were right about the property getting added, which is huge, actually. The the thing that makes me feel awkward about it currently is, where's that UI list? So we've got a UI list, and that means that we can go into the Skeen property, right? And potentially get some values, but we need the keys. Right? We need the keys of the values in that hash map because I want it to be a hash map, I think. I guess the other option is to not have it be a hash map, which could provide some better user experience. I'm thinking about the difference between if we make this a collection, then it's an array, right? Then you can have multiple components, which is invalid technically. But from an authoring perspective, having the flexibility to define multiple components, right? If I have, say, a transform and I define another transform, then I can define the new one and then remove the old one. That might be a useful flexibility thing. I guess the other thing would be if we're going to use a list, then we would want to filter that list in the Rust code. So right now that code does a direct translation. So we do Saturday JSON from string here, right? We look for objects. Actually, using the array version of this might make it a little bit easier to do. So we get that Skeen object, right? And then for every key value in that Skeen object, we iterate and insert. But we could here unique by key and just say the first one in the list is the one that gets inserted. And that would allow people to construct multiple values inside of Blender and reorder them so that they could keep multiple like test values around. And I think a list is the right way because of that. Yeah, and then gray out components. Well, I mean, I could gray them out. I don't think actually inserting them twice is terrible. We could gray them out, but allow you to select them. I think having multiple ones in the list is actually fine. And I think there's actually a user experience benefit to having multiple components of the same type. You won't be able to actually like use multiple components when it comes to Bevy. But what we can do is here, when we're iterating over all of them, we do an like a unique iter, basically. I forget the name of the function. But basically like itertools unique or whatever, however we're going to unique them. And then based on that key, we only insert the one at the top of the list, like the first one we come across, which allows you to, as a person working in Blender, right? If you're looking at a UI list of components here, and you want to have two different debug values that are pre-set up with complicated values, right? Things that you can't just like randomly rewrite easily, right? You could have both of them in that list. You know the top one is the only one that gets actually inserted. And if you want to switch them, then you just flip the order of them. And by doing that, it could actually be a better debugging experience. Because then you get to actually instantiate two of them. You know only the first one is going to get used. And that would allow you to keep both complicated values around if that was something you needed to do for debugging purposes, rather than needing to recreate them all the time. I think a list is better. And with that, we're kind of over time on the stream. That's going to be it for today. I feel like we made a lot of progress. I know we basically wrote a search bar. But I do feel like we have a lot going on here. And I'm looking forward to finishing this up and having it useful for the game next week. Actually, next Saturday, no stream. Maybe I'll do another Tuesday stream. Monday or Tuesday. I haven't decided yet. Probably Monday if I'm going to do it. I can't remember what I'm supposed to do on Tuesday, but I feel like I'm supposed to do something on Tuesday. So I'm going to probably work on this until it's ready to use in the application in the other game. Yeah, I think early week stream. We could do potentially Wednesday. But yeah, I think we'll do another one. Finish up the Blender plugin, demo it off, and then we miss Saturday, no Saturday stream, and then we'll be back the next week. But thanks for hanging out, everyone. Appreciate it. And I will see you for This Week in Bevy.